This is an analysis of the global cocaine market. The system is examined at the level of infrastructure rather than individual actors. The focus is mechanics, capital movement, extraction geography, and logistical risk. This is systemic silence. Report 001. Cocaine exists as a commodity within a market that operates across multiple jurisdictions, climates, and legal frameworks. Understanding its economics requires looking first at the preconditions that allow the system to function: the geographic realities, the gaps in regulatory enforcement, the nature of demand, and the structural incentives that draw capital and labor into this particular form of production and trade. The geography of cocaine production begins with a plant. Erythroxylum coca grows best in specific climatic and elevation conditions found primarily along the eastern slopes of the Andes mountain range. Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia together constitute the overwhelming majority of global coca cultivation, not because of cultural factors or criminal proclivities, but because the altitude, rainfall patterns, soil composition, and temperature ranges in these regions align with the plant's biological requirements. Coca thrives between roughly 500 and 2,000 meters above sea level, in areas that receive consistent moisture without waterlogging, and where cooler temperatures at higher elevations slow growth enough to increase alkaloid concentration in the leaves. This geographic specificity creates the first structural feature of the cocaine economy. Production is necessarily concentrated in a relatively narrow band of territory. Unlike synthetic drugs that can be manufactured wherever precursor chemicals and basic laboratory infrastructure exist, cocaine production is anchored to landscapes that cannot be replicated elsewhere at scale. Efforts to cultivate coca in other tropical regions with mountain ranges have occurred periodically, but none have achieved the combination of yield, alkaloid content, and economic viability found in the Andean region. This means that the entire global supply chain begins in a geographically constrained area, which in turn shapes transportation networks, enforcement challenges, and the distribution of risk and capital throughout the system. The regions where coca grows best also share certain economic characteristics. They tend to be areas where state presence is limited, where formal economic opportunities are scarce, and where infrastructure connecting rural communities to national markets is underdeveloped or non-existent. The eastern Andes are often hours or days of travel from major population centers, accessible primarily by unpaved roads that become impassable during rainy seasons, or by river networks that move slowly through dense vegetation. Terrain that is difficult for state authorities to patrol consistently is terrain where illicit agriculture faces reduced enforcement pressure. This intersection of suitable climate and limited state capacity is not coincidental. Coca cultivation expanded significantly in regions where governments struggled to provide services, maintain law enforcement, or offer viable agricultural alternatives. A farmer in a remote valley faces a set of economic calculations that differ sharply from those available to agricultural producers near cities or transportation hubs. Perishable crops require reliable access to markets, cold storage, and transportation infrastructure that can move goods quickly. High-value legal crops often require significant capital investment in irrigation, fertilizers, and processing equipment, along with access to credit markets that function reliably. In areas where these conditions do not exist, or exist only intermittently, the economic proposition of coca cultivation begins to make sense in ways that other agricultural choices do not. Coca as a crop offers several structural advantages for producers operating in remote, infrastructure-poor environments. The plant is hardy, requiring relatively little maintenance once established. It grows on marginal land, including slopes too steep for mechanized agriculture. It produces multiple harvests per year, providing more regular income than crops with single annual yields. The leaves are not highly perishable in the short term and can withstand the delays and rough handling that come with poor transportation infrastructure. Most importantly, coca leaf commands prices far higher per kilogram than traditional agricultural products, and the buyer network comes to the farmer rather than requiring the farmer to transport goods to distant markets. This inversion of the typical agricultural value chain, where the buyer assumes transportation risk and cost, reflects the fundamental economic imbalance that drives the system. A kilogram of coca leaf might be worth a few dollars at the farm gate, but that same kilogram, once processed and transported through the full supply chain, will eventually yield a quantity of cocaine worth thousands of times more at retail. This extreme value gradient creates powerful incentives for buyers to absorb logistical challenges that would make other agricultural commodities uneconomical. Buyers will travel to remote locations, pay in cash, and purchase quantities small enough that individual farmers need not store large inventories or coordinate with neighbors. The regulatory environment surrounding coca is shaped by international drug control treaties, particularly the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, which classified coca leaf as a controlled substance and obligated signatory nations to work toward its elimination except for traditional uses. This created a legal framework in which coca cultivation is prohibited under international law, but where enforcement of that prohibition is left to national governments with varying levels of capacity and political will. The result is a patchwork of enforcement intensity that shifts over time and across regions within the same country. In Colombia, for example, enforcement efforts have ranged from aerial fumigation campaigns designed to destroy coca crops chemically, to manual eradication programs where workers physically uproot plants, to crop substitution initiatives that offer farmers financial incentives to switch to legal agriculture. Each approach has operated at different scales and with different levels of success over the decades. Fumigation campaigns can cover large areas, but generate political backlash from affected communities, damage legal crops through spray drift, and face logistical challenges when coca cultivation shifts to areas with dense canopy cover. Manual eradication requires significant personnel, faces security risks in areas where armed groups protect cultivation zones, and proves expensive relative to the speed with which new plantings can replace destroyed fields. Crop substitution programs confront the underlying economic reality that legal crops rarely match the income potential of coca, particularly when infrastructure remains inadequate to bring those legal crops to market profitably. Peru and Bolivia have taken somewhat different regulatory approaches, with both countries recognizing the traditional use of coca leaf in indigenous communities while simultaneously attempting to control cultivation destined for cocaine production. This creates a dual legal status where some coca is legitimate and some is not, with the boundary between the two categories often difficult to enforce. The Chapar region of Bolivia and the Apurimaquin River Valley in Peru both illustrate how cultivation zones expand when enforcement is inconsistent or when political considerations limit aggressive eradication. The legal recognition of traditional coca use provides a framework within which some cultivation occurs openly, which in turn makes it more difficult to draw clear distinctions between legal and illegal plantings when crops exceed the quantities justified by traditional consumption. Regulatory gaps emerge not only from the challenges of enforcement in remote terrain, but also from the political economy of prohibition itself. Governments face pressure from international partners, particularly the United States, to demonstrate commitment to drug control through metrics like hectares eradicated or kilograms of cocaine seized. At the same time, governments must manage domestic political considerations, including the reality that forced eradication in areas without economic alternatives can destabilize regions, fuel support for insurgent groups, or simply shift cultivation to even more remote areas. This creates enforcement patterns that are often highly visible but limited in sustained impact, with resources concentrated on specific zones or time periods, leaving other areas with reduced pressure. The demand side of the cocaine market is global in scope, but concentrated in specific regions. North America and Europe constitute the largest markets by value, with substantial consumption also occurring in South America itself, particularly in Brazil and Argentina. Demand levels are influenced by factors including disposable income, cultural attitudes toward drug use, the availability of substitutes, and the perceived risks of consumption. Unlike commodities with elastic demand that rises and falls significantly with price changes, cocaine demand has proven relatively stable over time, with consumption levels in major markets showing persistence even as prices fluctuate and as enforcement efforts wax and wane. This stability in demand reflects several characteristics of the cocaine market. The consumer base includes both recreational users who consume occasionally and dependent users whose consumption is less sensitive to price. Social networks and consumption patterns tend to be self-reinforcing, with use concentrated in certain demographic groups and social settings where the drug is normalized. The stimulant effects of cocaine differentiate it from other recreational substances, creating a specific market niche that other drugs do not fully replicate. While substitutes exist, other stimulants, both legal and illegal, none offers precisely the same experience, onset speed, and social cachet, particularly in the higher price segments of the market. The persistence of demand despite decades of public health messaging, criminal penalties, and cultural shifts in some demographics suggests that the market operates on fundamentals that are not easily disrupted by information campaigns or marginal changes in enforcement. This is not to say that demand is entirely inelastic or unchanging, but rather that it exhibits a baseline stability that ensures the cocaine market does not face the kind of sudden demand collapse that might destabilize the entire supply chain. For producers and traffickers, this demand stability reduces certain forms of market risk, making investments in production capacity and distribution infrastructure more predictable over time. The structural incentives that draw capital and labor into cocaine production and distribution stem from the interaction between these geographic, regulatory, and demand factors. For farmers in remote Andean regions, Coca cultivation offers income that often exceeds legal alternatives by a factor of 5 or 10, depending on the crop being compared. For intermediaries who purchase coca leaf and operate small processing labs to convert it into coca paste or base, the profit margins can be substantial relative to the capital required, particularly when enforcement pressure is low. For organizations that move cocaine across borders and manage distribution networks, the returns on successful shipments can reach into the millions of dollars, even accounting for losses to seizures and enforcement. These incentives operate at different scales throughout the supply chain. At the production level, the incentives are often about basic economic survival and incremental income improvement. A farmer earning $2,000 per year from legal crops might earn $5,000 or $6,000 from coca, which represents a meaningful change in household welfare, school attendance for children, or the ability to weather health emergencies. This is not wealth by global standards, but it is enough to make the risks of prohibition manageable, particularly when enforcement is sporadic and rarely targets individual small farmers with severe penalties. Further up the chain, the incentives shift toward capital accumulation and organizational expansion. Converting coca into cocaine hydrochloride requires chemical precursors, processing knowledge, and laboratory infrastructure. But the scale of investment is modest compared to many legitimate businesses. A basic cocaine processing operation might require a few $1,000s in equipment and chemicals, along with a secure location and access to coca paste. The value increase from coca paste to finished cocaine powder can be tenfold or more, creating profit margins that allow for rapid reinvestment, even when accounting for losses and enforcement risks. At the trafficking level, the incentives involve managing complex logistics across multiple jurisdictions while absorbing substantial risks of loss through seizure, theft, or law enforcement interdiction. A kilogram of cocaine that costs a few $1,000s in Colombia might sell for 10 times that amount at wholesale in the United States or Europe, and several times more than that at retail after being cut and divided into smaller units. These margins are compressed when enforcement pressure increases, when competition intensifies, or when organizational inefficiencies raise costs. But the fundamental spread between production cost and end market value remains large enough to sustain ongoing investment in transportation, security, and market access. The structural incentives also include negative pressures that shape behavior. Violence is a persistent feature of the cocaine trade, not because participants are inherently violent, but because the inability to enforce contracts through legal mechanisms creates situations where force becomes an economic tool. Disputes over payment, territory, or theft cannot be adjudicated in courts, so participants must either absorb losses or enforce their interests through intimidation and violence. This creates an environment where organizational capacity for violence becomes a competitive advantage, and where capital flows partly toward maintaining armed security, corrupting officials, and managing coercive enforcement of agreements. Corruption functions as a cost of doing business in the cocaine trade, though its forms and intensity vary by jurisdiction and level of government. At the most basic level, corruption allows cultivation and processing to occur in areas where state forces could theoretically intervene, but choose not to, either because officials are paid directly or because they receive benefits through political channels that make aggressive enforcement undesirable. At higher levels, corruption enables the movement of cocaine through ports, airports, and border crossings, with shipments concealed among legitimate cargo or waived through inspection points after appropriate payments. The cost of corruption is built into the economic structure of the trade, functioning as a form of taxation that is often more predictable and lower than the costs that would be imposed by uncompromised enforcement. The international nature of the cocaine trade means that regulatory arbitrage plays a significant role in how the system functions. Different countries have different enforcement capabilities, different levels of corruption, different political priorities, and different legal frameworks. Cocaine shipments route through jurisdictions where interdiction is weakest, where cargo volumes are high enough that screening every container is impractical, or where geographic position makes the location a natural waypoint between production and consumption zones. West Africa emerged as a significant transshipment region for cocaine destined for Europe, not because of any particular connection to cocaine production or consumption, but because coastal nations there offered a combination of weak state capacity, corruptible officials, and geographic position along maritime routes. This ability to shift routes in response to enforcement pressure is a defining characteristic of the cocaine supply chain. When interdiction efforts intensify along one corridor, trafficking patterns adapt by moving to less scrutinized routes, even if those routes are longer, more expensive, or more logistically complex. The economics favor adaptation over abandonment because the value gradient between production and consumption is large enough to absorb increased transportation costs. A shipment that must travel an extra 1,000 miles, or that requires additional layers of concealment and bribes, remains profitable as long as the final price at the destination market is high enough to cover those costs and still yield returns that justify the effort and risk. The preconditions for the cocaine economy, then, are a combination of biological geography that concentrates production, regulatory environments that create opportunities for arbitrage and incomplete enforcement, demand that remains stable enough to justify ongoing investment, and structural incentives that make participation attractive relative to alternatives at every level of the supply chain. These are not conditions that arose by accident or that persist solely because of individual choices. They are the result of how prohibition interacts with geography, how global markets function across jurisdictional boundaries, and how economic incentives operate when legal enforcement is imperfect, and when the spread between production cost and end market value remains extremely wide. The system does not require unanimous participation or universal corruption to function. It requires only that enough farmers find coca cultivation economically rational, that enough intermediaries are willing to process and move the product, that enough officials can be corrupted or circumvented, and that enough consumers in distant markets continue purchasing. Each of these conditions has proven durable across decades, which explains why the cocaine economy has persisted despite enormous expenditures on enforcement, despite public health campaigns, and despite the imprisonment of hundreds of thousands of participants at various levels of the supply chain. This persistence is not evidence of failure in a conventional sense, but rather a reflection of structural realities. The geography cannot be changed. The demand is embedded in consumption patterns that have proven resistant to large-scale shifts. The regulatory environment is fragmented across sovereign nations with different priorities and capabilities. The economic incentives at each level of the supply chain remain strong enough to draw in new participants when enforcement removes existing ones. What results is a system that adapts, routes around obstacles, absorbs losses, and continues operating because the underlying conditions that make it possible remain fundamentally intact. Entry into the cocaine economy occurs at multiple points along the supply chain, each with distinct capital requirements, skill thresholds, and risk profiles. Understanding how individuals and organizations begin participation requires examining what resources are necessary at each level, how labor is recruited and compensated, and how risk is distributed among those with different roles and different degrees of investment in the system. At the cultivation level, entry barriers are remarkably low for farmers already living in coca-growing regions. A household does not need significant capital to begin planting coca. The plant propagates from cuttings or seeds that are readily available in areas where cultivation is established, either purchased inexpensively from neighbors or taken from existing plants. Unlike crops that require substantial upfront investment in irrigation systems, specialized equipment, or purchased inputs like hybrid seeds and chemical fertilizers, coca can be grown with minimal external inputs on land the household already controls or can access. The initial outlay might amount to a few $100s or less, primarily for labor during the planting phase and for basic tools. The knowledge required to cultivate coca is not esoteric. In regions where coca growing is common, agricultural techniques are passed through community knowledge, learned by observation, and refined through practice. A farmer who already understands general agricultural principles, soil preparation, spacing, pest management, can adapt to coca cultivation without formal training. The crop's hardiness makes it forgiving of mistakes that would devastate more delicate plants, which lowers the skill barrier further. This accessibility means that entry into coca cultivation does not require connections to criminal networks or specialized expertise. It requires only land, minimal capital, and residence in a region where buyers exist. The decision to begin growing coca is often gradual rather than dramatic. A household might plant a small plot alongside traditional crops, testing the market and the logistics before expanding. This incremental approach allows farmers to assess buyer reliability, understand pricing dynamics, and gauge enforcement risk without committing their entire agricultural capacity to an illicit crop. If the experience proves economically favorable, and if enforcement remains distant or manageable, the household may expand coca plantings over time, sometimes eventually converting most or all of their agricultural land to coca production. Labor dynamics in coca cultivation center on household and community networks. The work of planting, tending, and harvesting coca is labor-intensive, but does not require large workforces. A family can manage several hectares with household labor supplemented by occasional hired help during harvest periods. This keeps labor costs low and reduces the number of external parties who know about the cultivation. In regions where coca growing is widespread and socially normalized, the need for secrecy diminishes, and labor can be recruited more openly from the local community. Workers are typically paid daily wages that are somewhat higher than what they would earn in legal agriculture, reflecting both the higher revenues from coca and the mild legal risk, though that risk rarely translates into consequences for field laborers. The relationship between farmers and buyers establishes the first layer of organizational structure in the supply chain. Buyers are usually intermediaries who travel to farming areas on regular schedules, purchasing coca leaf from multiple households and aggregating it for transport to processing sites. These buyers require more capital than farmers, enough to purchase hundreds of kilograms of leaf at a time and to cover transportation costs. But the amounts are still modest by commercial standards. A buyer might operate with a few $1,000s in working capital, turning over that capital multiple times per month as they buy, transport, and sell to the next level of the chain. Becoming a buyer requires some degree of trust or introduction within the existing network. A farmer who has been selling coca for years might transition into buying from neighbors, leveraging existing relationships and knowledge of the local market. Alternatively, someone with access to capital and transportation might enter the role by establishing credibility through small initial purchases and reliable payment. The buyer role carries more risk than farming because it involves traveling with cash, possessing larger quantities of coca leaf, and being more visible to enforcement authorities. Compensation for this risk comes through the margin between the price paid to farmers and the price received from the next level. Typically a modest percentage, but one that accumulates across many transactions. Processing coca leaf into coca paste or base requires a different set of entry conditions. The process is chemically simple but requires knowledge, precursor chemicals, and a secure location. Someone entering this level of the trade typically begins by working in an existing lab, learning the procedures and building relationships with suppliers of chemicals and buyers of the finished product. The chemicals needed, primarily solvents, acids, and bases, are dual-use substances with legitimate industrial applications, but their purchase in quantities suitable for cocaine processing can attract attention from authorities monitoring chemical sales. Labor in processing operations is semi-skilled. Workers must understand the chemical procedures, maintain safety practices to avoid accidents with caustic or flammable substances, and work efficiently to process batches quickly. These workers are typically recruited from the same regions where coca is grown, often young men with limited formal employment options who are willing to accept the higher pay and the risks associated with working in an illicit lab. Wages for lab workers exceed those for agricultural labor, sometimes substantially, but the work carries greater legal jeopardy. A farmer caught with coca plants might face crop destruction. A lab worker caught in a processing facility faces arrest and imprisonment. Risk distribution at the processing level reflects the increased value of the product and the increased attention from law enforcement. Processing sites are targets for raids, and authorities often focus enforcement efforts on labs rather than scattered coca fields, because labs represent concentration points where larger quantities can be seized and where more severe criminal charges can be applied. Lab operators mitigate this risk through location choices, through paying for security or early warning systems, and sometimes through corrupting local officials. The costs of these risk mitigation measures are built into the economics of the operation, reducing profit margins but making continued operation more sustainable. The transition from coca paste or base to cocaine hydrochloride, the refined powder that is ultimately sold in consumer markets, involves additional chemical processing that increases both the purity and the value of the product. This stage often occurs in different locations from the initial processing, sometimes in different countries, and requires higher levels of chemical expertise and access to specific precursor chemicals. Entry into this level of refinement usually requires connections to established trafficking organizations rather than independent entrepreneurship. The capital requirements are higher, the operational security more complex, and the consequences of failure more severe. For individuals who enter the cocaine trade at the transportation and trafficking level, the economics shift dramatically. Moving cocaine from production zones to consumer markets requires substantial organizational capacity, significant capital, and the ability to manage complex logistics across international borders. Entry at this level rarely happens through individual initiative alone. It typically involves recruitment into existing organizations, partnerships with established traffickers, or the leveraging of specific assets, such as access to transportation infrastructure, corrupt officials, or distribution networks in destination markets. The initial costs for trafficking operations can range from tens of thousands to millions of dollars, depending on the scale and sophistication of the operation. A small-scale trafficker might begin by transporting a few kilograms concealed in luggage or on their person, risking arrest in exchange for payment that might equal several years of legitimate wages. This low-capital entry point has made courier work a common first step into the trafficking economy, particularly for individuals from source countries who have legal status in destination countries or who are willing to attempt illegal border crossings. The risks are high. Couriers face mandatory minimum sentences in many jurisdictions if caught, but the rewards are sufficient that a steady supply of individuals willing to accept those risks continues to exist. Larger-scale trafficking requires infrastructure and investment. Concealing multi-kilogram or ton-scale shipments in cargo containers demands access to legitimate business fronts, relationships with shipping company employees or port officials, and the capital to purchase or rent that access. A trafficking organization might invest in a small import-export business as a cover, in vehicles modified to contain hidden compartments, or in real estate that can serve as storage and distribution points. These investments represent substantial sums, but they are justified by the returns on successful shipments. A single successful transport of 100 kilograms can yield profits in the hundreds of thousands of dollars at wholesale, even after accounting for the costs of concealment, bribes, and loss rates. Labor in trafficking operations is specialized and tiered. At the bottom are couriers and mules who assume high personal risk for relatively modest compensation. Above them are coordinators who manage logistics, arrange documentation, and oversee shipments without necessarily handling the product themselves. Higher still are organization leaders who provide capital, establish strategic direction, negotiate with other organizations, and manage the political and security environment in which the operation functions. Compensation at each level reflects not just the work performed, but the risks assumed and the difficulty of replacement. The recruitment of labor into trafficking organizations often follows kinship or geographic lines. Organizations recruit from communities where they have established trust, where family connections provide some assurance against betrayal, and where economic opportunities are limited enough that the risks of participation seem acceptable. A young person growing up in a region where cocaine trafficking is a visible part of the economy, where successful traffickers display wealth while legal employment offers subsistence, faces a different calculus about entry than someone from a region where such opportunities do not exist. This geographic and social clustering of recruitment creates self-perpetuating networks where entry into the cocaine trade becomes normalized across generations. Trust and reputation function as currencies in the cocaine trade because formal contracts are unenforceable and because betrayal can result in both financial loss and physical harm. Entry into higher levels of the system often requires demonstrating reliability through lower-level roles first. A courier who successfully completes multiple deliveries might be offered a coordination role. A coordinator who proves capable of managing logistics without losses might be brought into planning and strategy. This progression based on proven reliability creates a natural filtering mechanism where those who remain in the trade over time tend to be those who have demonstrated both competence and trustworthiness within the network's own definitions of those terms. The distribution of risk varies significantly across entry points. Farmers face the lowest individual consequences if caught, often crop destruction with minimal jail time, if any. Lab workers face more serious penalties, but can sometimes claim they were hired for work without full knowledge of what they were processing, though this defense becomes less credible with repeated arrests. Couriers face severe penalties in many jurisdictions, with mandatory minimum sentences that can reach a decade or more for quantities above threshold levels. Higher-level traffickers face the greatest legal jeopardy, but often have the resources and connections to evade capture longer, to fight charges more effectively if arrested, or to corrupt their way out of consequences. Economic risk is distributed differently than legal risk. Farmers have little capital at stake. A destroyed coca field represents lost income, but rarely ruin. Processing lab operators have more investment at risk, both in equipment and inventory, but amounts that can be recovered from a few successful production cycles. Traffickers can lose enormous sums if a shipment is seized. Not just the value of the cocaine itself, but also the capital invested in transportation, bribes, and infrastructure. This creates a situation where those with the greatest economic exposure often have the most sophisticated risk management strategies, including diversification across multiple shipments, insurance arrangements through organizational agreements, and political protection that reduces the likelihood of enforcement action. Entry into the cocaine economy is also shaped by exit options, or the lack thereof. For farmers, coca cultivation is often a rational economic choice that can be abandoned if better alternatives emerge, though such alternatives rarely do. For those who move into processing or trafficking, exit becomes more complicated. Skills learned in illicit processing do not transfer readily to legal employment. Connections made within trafficking networks can make it difficult to leave without suspicion or retaliation. Capital accumulated through cocaine trade may be difficult to launder into legitimate investments without attracting attention. The result is that entry, particularly at higher levels, often becomes a path with diminishing opportunities for departure. The labor dynamics throughout the system reflect a consistent pattern. Work is compensated above what legal alternatives would provide, but not at levels that suggest participants are becoming wealthy except at the highest organizational levels. Field workers, lab assistants, and couriers earn more than they would in legal jobs, sometimes significantly more, but they remain working class by any standard measure. The wealth concentration occurs at organizational levels where capital is controlled, where strategic decisions are made, and where the multiplier effect of managing many transactions or large shipments accumulates. This distribution mirrors legitimate economies in some ways. Those who control capital and operations capture disproportionate returns, but the absolute amounts at stake are often larger because of the value multiplier that prohibition creates. Gender dynamics in the cocaine economy show some variation across roles. Cultivation involves both men and women, often working household plots together. Processing labs tend to employ mostly men, reflecting both the physical demands of some tasks and the social patterns of recruitment in rural areas. Courier roles have increasingly included women, sometimes because they are perceived as attracting less suspicion from law enforcement, though this advantage has diminished as authorities have adjusted their screening. Higher organizational roles remain predominantly male, consistent with gender patterns in both legitimate business and organized crime, though exceptions exist and vary by region and organization. The age demographics of entry skew young, particularly for labor-intensive roles with high personal risk. Young men in their late teens and 20s constitute the bulk of couriers, lab workers, and low-level distribution roles. This is partly because such individuals are more willing to accept risk, partly because they have fewer competing obligations, and partly because they are targeted for recruitment by organizations looking for expendable labor. As individuals age, those who remain in the cocaine trade typically move into less physically demanding and lower personal risk roles, or they exit the trade entirely, whether through choice, arrest, death, or disability. Entry economics, then, are characterized by low barriers at production levels, moderate barriers at processing and initial trafficking levels, and high barriers at organizational and large-scale trafficking levels. Risk is distributed unevenly, with legal consequences often falling heaviest on those with the least economic benefit from participation, while economic risk falls on those who have accumulated capital and infrastructure. Labor is recruited from populations with limited alternatives, compensated above legal wages, but below levels that would represent transformative wealth for most participants, and organized through networks of trust and reputation that substitute for the formal contracts and legal protections that characterize legitimate economies. The system perpetuates itself partly because entry remains economically rational for enough individuals at each level to maintain operation. Enforcement efforts that remove participants create vacancies that are filled by new entrants drawn by the same incentives that motivated their predecessors. The economics of entry have remained relatively stable over decades, suggesting that the underlying structural conditions, limited legal opportunities, substantial income premiums for participation, and manageable risk levels for those at lower tiers, continue to function as effective recruitment mechanisms for a trade that requires constant replenishment of labor at its most exposed levels. Scale in the cocaine economy generates effects that differ fundamentally from those at entry levels. As operations expand, capital becomes more concentrated, efficiencies emerge that reduce per-unit costs, and new fragilities develop that can threaten the stability of entire networks. Understanding these dynamics requires examining how growth changes organizational structure, how size creates both advantages and vulnerabilities, and how the system adapts to the pressures that scale introduces. Small-scale operations, a few farmers selling to a local buyer, a single processing lab, a courier carrying a few kilograms, function with relatively simple economics. Profit margins at each transaction are modest, volumes are limited, and losses from enforcement or theft, while painful, do not destroy the entire operation. As scale increases, these characteristics change. A trafficking organization that moves tons rather than kilograms faces different logistical challenges, different risk management requirements, and different opportunities for profit extraction. Capital concentration begins when successful participants reinvest profits into expanding their operations. A buyer who has accumulated working capital might purchase a vehicle to increase the volume of coca leaf they can transport, or they might hire assistants to cover more farming communities. A lab operator who has processed consistently for months might build a second processing site or invest in higher quality equipment that increases yield and purity. A trafficking organization that completes several successful shipments might purchase properties for storage, invest in corrupt relationships with officials at key transit points, or diversify into multiple smuggling routes to reduce dependence on any single corridor. This reinvestment creates a feedback loop where success generates capital that enables larger operations, which in turn generate more capital. Over time, some participants accumulate resources far beyond what they need for basic operations. This surplus capital seeks deployment in ways that either increase capacity or reduce risk. Vertical integration becomes attractive. An organization might invest in coca cultivation to secure supply, in processing labs to control quality, in transportation infrastructure to reduce dependence on third parties, and in distribution networks to capture more of the value chain. Each step of integration requires capital, but promises greater control over the product and greater capture of profit margins. The organizations that achieve significant scale often do so by managing relationships across the supply chain rather than directly owning every component. A large trafficking organization might not own coca fields, but instead maintains long-term relationships with buyers who aggregate leaf from multiple farming regions. The organization provides capital advances when needed, guarantees purchase at agreed prices, and sometimes supplies inputs like fertilizers or tools to farmers. This creates dependency without the overhead and exposure of direct ownership. The farmers benefit from reliable buyers and price stability. The organization secures consistent supply without the legal vulnerability of owning coca plantations. Similar relationship management occurs with processing labs. An organization might not operate its own labs, but instead contracts with independent lab operators, providing precursor chemicals in bulk, guaranteeing purchase of output, and sometimes offering security or warnings about enforcement activity. The labs benefit from reliable access to chemicals and guaranteed buyers. The organization secures processing capacity without the exposure of operating fixed facilities that can be raided. This network structure allows for rapid scaling because adding capacity does not require building infrastructure. It requires only extending the network to additional nodes. Efficiency gains from scale appear in multiple areas. Bulk purchasing of precursor chemicals reduces per-unit costs. Larger shipments allow for more sophisticated concealment methods that are prohibitively expensive at small scales. Purpose-built submarines, complex false compartments in shipping containers, or corrupting entire shipment inspection processes at ports. The fixed costs of corruption are spread across larger volumes of product, making bribes more economical per kilogram transported. A corrupt official who might demand $10,000 to allow a shipment to pass becomes much more cost-effective if that shipment contains 100 kilograms rather than 10. Transportation efficiency improves with scale as well. A trafficking organization with regular shipments can negotiate better rates with pilots who fly small aircraft from jungle airstrips to coastal areas, with maritime smugglers who conceal cocaine in fishing vessels or cargo ships, or with land transporters who move product across borders. Volume guarantees reduce the smuggler's idle time and uncertainty, which translates into lower per-unit transportation costs. The organization also benefits from expertise that accumulates with repeated operations, knowledge of timing, routes, and methods that reduce the probability of interdiction. Information management becomes more sophisticated at scale. Larger organizations invest in intelligence gathering about enforcement patterns, intercepting communications when possible, and cultivating sources within law enforcement or government agencies who can provide advance warning of operations. This information infrastructure is expensive to build and maintain, but becomes more valuable as the volume at risk increases. Avoiding a single major seizure can justify years of intelligence investment. Scale also enables specialization within organizations. In small operations, individuals often perform multiple roles out of necessity. As organizations grow, roles become more defined. Some members focus exclusively on logistics, others on security, others on managing corruption, others on financial operations. This specialization increases efficiency because individuals develop deep expertise in their specific functions. A finance specialist who handles money laundering becomes far more effective than a trafficker who manages money as one of many tasks. The specialist understands banking regulations, international transfer mechanisms, currency exchange opportunities, and investment vehicles that can absorb illicit funds. The capital concentration that occurs through successful scaling creates disparities within the cocaine trade. Most participants remain at lower levels of the supply chain with modest incomes, while a small number of individuals and organizations control the bulk of capital and capacity. This concentration is partly a natural result of success breeding expansion, but it is also enforced through violence and control. Organizations that have achieved scale use their resources to suppress competition, absorb or eliminate rivals, and maintain territorial or functional monopolies where possible. violence becomes more organized and strategic at scale. Smaller operations might resort to violence reactively, in response to specific disputes or threats. Larger organizations employ violence proactively and systematically to manage territory, discipline participants, and signal to competitors. They maintain armed wings specifically for enforcement, sometimes staffed by individuals with military or law enforcement backgrounds who bring tactical expertise. The costs of maintaining these security forces are substantial, but they are justified by the protection they provide to high-value operations and the deterrent effect they create against theft or betrayal. Fragility points emerge alongside these efficiencies. The same network structures that enable rapid scaling create vulnerabilities. An organization that relies on a specific corrupt official at a critical port becomes exposed if that official is transferred, arrested, or decides to exit the arrangement. The dependency on that relationship is a single point of failure. Organizations mitigate this by building redundancy, cultivating multiple corrupt relationships at the same facility, developing alternative routes, and maintaining contingency plans. But redundancy is expensive, and the economics often favor efficiency over resilience until a failure forces reconsideration. Larger organizations also face internal fragilities related to trust and information security. As the number of participants increases, the probability that one of them will be arrested and cooperate with authorities increases proportionally. The organization must manage this risk through compartmentalization, structuring operations so that most participants know only what is necessary for their specific role and cannot compromise the broader network even if they choose to cooperate. This compartmentalization reduces efficiency because it limits communication and coordination, creating a tension between operational security and organizational effectiveness. Financial scale creates its own vulnerabilities. An organization moving millions of dollars must find ways to manage that money without attracting attention from financial intelligence units or tax authorities. Cash accumulates faster than it can be spent or laundered, creating storage problems and physical security concerns. Large amounts of currency are bulky and heavy, requiring secure facilities and constant movement to avoid concentration in any single location that could be raided. The costs of managing cash at scale include not just physical logistics, but also the economic loss from holding non-productive assets in storage. Laundering money at scale requires sophisticated financial operations. Small amounts can be laundered through cash-intensive businesses, restaurants, car washes, retail shops, where cash revenue is expected and difficult to audit precisely. But these methods have limited capacity. Laundering millions requires international transfers, shell companies, real estate transactions, trade-based schemes, and sometimes the creation of apparently legitimate businesses that actually serve primarily as money laundering vehicles. Each of these methods has costs and risks. Shell companies require fees to lawyers and accountants who establish and maintain them. Real estate transactions incur taxes and transaction costs. Trade-based laundering involves purchasing goods at inflated prices or selling at deflated prices, with the difference representing the cost of cleaning the money. The financial infrastructure for large-scale cocaine trafficking often extends into the legitimate economy in ways that blur the boundary between illicit and legal activity. A trafficking organization might own or control businesses that operate profitably on their own terms: construction companies, agricultural exporters, transportation firms, but that also serve the organization's money laundering or logistical needs. These businesses generate legal income, pay taxes, and employ workers who may have no knowledge of the ownership's connection to cocaine trafficking. The integration provides cover and functionality, but it also creates exposure because legitimate businesses are subject to regulatory oversight, financial audits, and corporate governance requirements. Scaling effects include the geographic expansion of operations. Organizations that begin operating in a single production region or along a single trafficking route often expand to multiple regions and routes as they accumulate capital and capability. This geographic diversification reduces dependence on any single area and spreads risk across jurisdictions with different enforcement environments. But geographic expansion also increases complexity, requiring the organization to manage operations across cultural contexts, languages, and regulatory systems. Maintaining control over distant operations demands either direct presence, which is expensive and exposed, or reliance on local partners, which introduces trust and coordination challenges. Partnerships between organizations become more common at scale. A Colombian trafficking organization might lack distribution networks in Europe, but excels at moving cocaine to transshipment points. A European criminal organization might have strong distribution capabilities, but no access to supply. The two organizations can partner, with the Colombian group responsible for delivery to a neutral handoff point and the European group responsible for the final leg of distribution. These partnerships function through negotiated agreements about pricing, delivery schedules, and loss sharing. Without legal recourse for contract enforcement, partnerships depend on reputation, mutual benefit, and sometimes the exchange of collateral, such as hostages from each organization to ensure compliance. The fragility of these interorganizational relationships is substantial. Disagreements over quality, quantity, pricing, or responsibility for losses can escalate into conflict. An organization that suspects its partner of shorting a shipment or adulterating the product faces a choice between absorbing the loss, which signals weakness, or confronting the partner, which can trigger violence and disrupt future business. These tensions are managed through intermediaries, through agreed-upon arbitration mechanisms, or through the threat of violence sufficient to make cheating unprofitable. But the management is never complete, and partnership breakdowns are a recurring source of instability in the cocaine trade. Technology adoption at scale introduces both efficiency and vulnerability. Encrypted communications allow dispersed organizations to coordinate operations with reduced risk of interception. But reliance on specific platforms creates exposure if those platforms are compromised by law enforcement. GPS tracking enables precise coordination of shipments, but the digital traces can become evidence if devices are seized. Financial technologies like cryptocurrency offer potential anonymity for transactions, but their use is still limited by the difficulty of converting large amounts of cryptocurrency to usable fiat currency without attracting attention. The organizations that achieve the greatest scale often do so by carefully balancing growth with risk management. They expand into new markets and routes incrementally rather than dramatically, testing each expansion with smaller shipments before committing major resources. They maintain operational security through compartmentalization and through ruthless enforcement of internal discipline. They invest in political protection through corruption at levels high enough to influence policy and enforcement priorities, not just individual transactions. And they diversify their revenue sources across multiple drugs or illicit activities to avoid total dependence on cocaine alone. This diversification reflects a recognition that scale in any single commodity creates strategic vulnerability. An organization that derives all revenue from cocaine faces existential risk if cocaine prices crash, if enforcement becomes overwhelming in a key market, or if a substitute drug captures market share. Organizations with interests in heroin, methamphetamine, marijuana, human trafficking, extortion, or other criminal enterprises can absorb shocks in any single market without organizational collapse. The capital and expertise developed in cocaine trafficking often transfer readily to other illicit commodities, making diversification relatively straightforward once an organization has achieved a certain threshold of capability. The economies of scale in cocaine trafficking are limited by factors that do not affect legitimate businesses. A legal corporation can scale almost indefinitely because legal systems support expansion through contracts, property rights, and access to capital markets. An illicit organization scales only as far as its capacity to manage risk, enforce agreements through extralegal means, and maintain operational security. These constraints mean that even the largest trafficking organizations are small compared to multinational corporations in terms of personnel and revenue, though they may be extremely profitable relative to their size. Capital concentration at the top of the cocaine trade creates individuals and organizations with enormous wealth by any measure. This wealth flows primarily from the multiplication of value as cocaine moves through the supply chain, with those who control the largest and most sophisticated operations capturing the greatest share of that value. But the wealth is complicated by its illicit nature. It cannot be held in banks without laundering. It cannot be invested openly without risking seizure. It cannot be displayed ostentatiously without attracting attention. The result is that even those who have accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars in cocaine profits often live with significant constraints on how they can use that wealth. Some choose to focus on converting illicit wealth into legitimate assets that can be enjoyed openly: real estate, businesses, investments in legal markets, accepting the risks of laundering and the losses inherent in the conversion process. Others maintain the wealth primarily in forms that can be protected and accessed within the criminal economy: cash, precious metals, cryptocurrencies, accepting the limitations this imposes, but avoiding the exposure that comes with entering the legitimate financial system. Still others focus on using wealth for political influence, funding campaigns, corrupting officials, and building power structures that provide protection even if they do not provide comfort. Scaling effects in the cocaine economy, then, produce a system where capital concentrates dramatically, where efficiencies reduce costs but introduce new fragilities, and where organizational size creates both competitive advantages and strategic vulnerabilities. The largest operations achieve impressive logistical sophistication and financial scale, but they do so under constraints that legitimate businesses do not face, and with risks that can result in sudden collapse. The system sustains multiple scales of operation simultaneously, from individual farmers to multinational trafficking networks, with each level connected to the others, but operating under different economic realities and facing different futures. Movement defines the cocaine economy in ways that stationary production or consumption cannot. The distance between Andean coca fields and consumer markets in North America, Europe, or other regions creates the space where most value is generated and most risk is realized. Understanding how cocaine moves requires examining the transportation methods employed, the intermediaries who facilitate passage, and the losses that occur through seizure, theft, and enforcement pressure. Transportation begins at the most basic level with the movement of coca leaf from fields to processing sites. In many cases, this involves distances of only a few kilometers, traveled on foot or by pack animal along trails that wind through mountainous terrain. The leaf is bulky relative to its value at this stage, which limits how far it can be economically transported before processing. Buyers who aggregate coca leaf from multiple farmers typically establish processing operations within the same general region, minimizing transportation costs and the exposure that comes with moving large volumes of raw material through areas where enforcement might be present. Processing transforms the economics of transportation fundamentally. Coca leaf is reduced to coca paste or base through a process that eliminates most of the plant material, concentrating the alkaloids into a smaller, more valuable form. 100 kilograms of leaf might yield 10 kilograms of paste, reducing volume and weight by 90% while increasing value per kilogram substantially. This transformation makes longer distance transportation viable. Paste can be moved hundreds of kilometers economically because its value density justifies the cost and risk of transport. Further refining paste into cocaine hydrochloride concentrates value even more. The final powder is compact, relatively odorless, and can be packaged densely, making it ideal for concealment and long-distance transportation. A kilogram of cocaine hydrochloride occupies less space than a liter of water and is worth thousands of dollars even at wholesale prices in production regions. This extreme value density is what makes intercontinental smuggling economically rational despite the costs and risks involved. The methods used to transport cocaine have evolved over decades in response to enforcement patterns and technological capabilities. Light aircraft dominated early trafficking routes from Colombia to the United States and Caribbean, taking advantage of the fact that radar coverage over remote areas was limited and that small planes could land on improvised jungle airstrips or rural roads. As enforcement improved radar surveillance and deployed fast patrol aircraft, the economics of air smuggling shifted. Losses from interception increased, which raised the price required to make air routes profitable, but the speed and capacity of aircraft remained attractive enough that air smuggling continued, albeit with modified tactics. Semi-submersible vessels represent an innovation driven by enforcement pressure on surface maritime routes. These craft ride low in the water with only a small portion visible above the surface, making them difficult to detect visually or by radar. Purpose-built for cocaine smuggling, they are constructed in jungle shipyards, typically in Colombia, using fiberglass and materials that can be sourced without attracting attention. A typical semi-submersible might measure 12 to 20 meters in length, carry several tons of cocaine, and operate with a crew of 3 to 5. The vessels are not sophisticated by naval engineering standards. They are slow, uncomfortable, and dangerous to operate, but they function effectively for their purpose. The economics of semi-submersibles illustrate the relationship between enforcement and innovation in smuggling methods. Each vessel costs between $1 and $2 million to construct, a substantial investment that is lost if the vessel is intercepted or must be scuttled to avoid capture. Crews are paid tens of thousands of dollars for voyages that may last a week or more, traveling from Colombian Pacific coast to areas off Central America or Mexico, where cargo is offloaded to other vessels for the final leg to destination markets. The cost per kilogram transported is higher than conventional maritime shipping, but the reduced interdiction risk justifies the expense when the cargo is worth millions at destination. Fully submersible vessels, capable of traveling entirely underwater, have also been developed by trafficking organizations, though they remain less common than semi-submersibles due to their greater technical complexity and cost. These submarines are constructed by individuals with naval engineering knowledge, sometimes recruited from countries with submarine building traditions. The vessels represent capital investments in the millions of dollars and demonstrate the level of organizational sophistication and resources that major trafficking groups can deploy. Their use reflects a calculation that extremely low interdiction rates on submarine transits justify costs that would seem prohibitive for most commercial enterprises. Maritime container shipping offers different advantages centered on volume and concealment. A standard shipping container can hold tens of thousands of kilograms of legitimate cargo, within which several hundred kilograms of cocaine can be hidden in false compartments, mixed with similar-looking products, or buried within bulk goods. The global volume of container traffic is so large, tens of millions of containers moving annually, that inspecting every container is logistically impossible for customs authorities. Trafficking organizations exploit this reality by accepting that some percentage of shipments will be randomly inspected and seized, while the majority will pass through undetected. The use of containers requires access to the logistics infrastructure of international shipping. Trafficking organizations either corrupt employees of shipping companies and port facilities, or establish front companies that appear to be legitimate importers and exporters. A front company might genuinely engage in trade, shipping legal goods regularly to establish a pattern of activity, with cocaine shipments interspersed among legitimate cargo. This approach provides cover and reduces suspicion, though it requires maintaining the operational overhead of an apparently functional business. Corruption of port workers, customs officials, and shipping company employees is often more economical than constructing elaborate physical concealment. An official who can ensure that a specific container is not inspected, or who can flag it as inspected without actually opening it, provides value that justifies significant payment. The corruption is typically structured as one-time payments per shipment rather than ongoing salaries, which allows both parties to maintain some degree of deniability and which aligns the official's incentive with the successful passage of the shipment. If the shipment is seized despite the corruption, the organization typically does not pay, which creates a performance incentive. Land transportation across international borders involves different challenges. The United States-Mexico border, for instance, represents a major friction point where enforcement is concentrated. Cocaine that has reached Mexico must cross into the United States through official ports of entry where vehicles are inspected, through remote desert areas where Border Patrol operates, or through tunnels that bypass the border entirely. Each method has distinct economics. Vehicle smuggling through ports of entry relies on concealment within vehicles or cargo, often in hidden compartments built into structural elements. A passenger vehicle might carry 10 to 20 kilograms in door panels, fuel tanks, or under the chassis. Commercial trucks can carry far more, with cocaine hidden among legitimate cargo or within the truck structure itself. The volume of daily border crossings, tens of thousands of vehicles at major crossings, makes comprehensive inspection impractical, creating opportunities for smuggling even without corruption. When corruption is added, where inspection agents wave specific vehicles through without scrutiny, the success rate increases substantially. Remote border crossings involve individuals carrying cocaine on foot or on pack animals through desert or mountain terrain. This method is labor-intensive and limited in volume per crossing, but it disperses risk across many individual attempts. If one carrier is caught, the loss is limited to the amount that person was carrying. Organizations employing this method recruit carriers who are often migrants seeking to pay for their own border crossing, accepting the risk of carrying cocaine as payment for being guided across. The carriers are disposable from the organization's perspective, recruited in large numbers with the expectation that many will succeed even if some are caught. Tunnels under the United States-Mexico border represent substantial capital investments, sometimes exceeding hundreds of thousands of dollars for sophisticated constructions with ventilation, lighting, and rail systems for moving loads. A tunnel might be used for months or years, moving tons of cocaine before being discovered by authorities. The economics favor tunnel construction when the expected volume of use is high enough to amortize the construction cost across many shipments. Once a tunnel is discovered and closed, the organization either absorbs the loss or attempts to construct another in a different location. Intermediaries throughout the transportation chain perform functions that individual trafficking organizations often cannot or prefer not to perform directly. Maritime smugglers who operate vessels might work with multiple trafficking organizations, providing transportation services to whoever pays rather than being employed by a single group. These independent operators spread their risk across clients and gain expertise through volume. They charge based on distance, cargo volume, and perceived risk, negotiating rates that reflect current enforcement pressure and market demand. Warehousing intermediaries provide secure storage at transit points. Cocaine might arrive in a country weeks or months before distribution channels are ready to receive it, creating a need for storage that is secure against theft and hidden from authorities. Independent warehouse operators charge storage fees and assume the risk that the warehouse might be raided, though they typically structure agreements so they can claim ignorance of the contents. The storage might occur in commercial storage facilities mixed among legitimate goods, in residential properties in areas where large quantities of stored items are not unusual, or in purpose-built hidden facilities. Transportation intermediaries within destination countries manage the final distribution legs from wholesale to retail. Cocaine that arrives in multi-kilogram quantities must be divided into smaller units and moved to various distribution points. This last-mile logistics function is usually handled by local organizations that have territory, relationships with street-level dealers, and the infrastructure to manage distribution. These intermediaries purchase cocaine at wholesale prices and assume the risk and effort of retail distribution, capturing the retail markup as their compensation. Each intermediary layer extracts a fee, which is reflected in the cumulative price increases from production to consumption. The relationship between trafficking organizations and intermediaries is often arm's length and transaction-based rather than hierarchical. A Colombian trafficking organization might deliver cocaine to a Mexican organization at the border, receiving payment and ending their direct involvement. The Mexican organization then manages transport within Mexico and across the United States border, selling to American distribution networks at a markup. Those networks distribute to regional dealers who sell to street dealers, with each layer adding to the final price. Loss is an inherent feature of cocaine transportation. Not all shipments arrive. Some are seized by law enforcement through random inspection, targeted intelligence operations, or informant tips. Others are lost to theft by corrupt officials who seize cocaine for personal profit or for resale. Still others are lost to accidents, vessels sinking, aircraft crashing, or cargo being destroyed to avoid capture. Organizations account for these losses in their pricing and volume calculations. The expected loss rate varies by route and method. A well-established route with strong corruption might see loss rates below 10%, meaning that 9 out of 10 shipments arrive successfully. A route facing intense enforcement pressure might see loss rates of 50% or higher, with only half of shipments reaching destination. Organizations adjust their volume and pricing based on expected losses. If the loss rate is 50%, the price must be high enough that the successful shipments cover the cost of those that are lost plus operational expenses and desired profit margins. Insurance mechanisms sometimes exist within the cocaine trade, though they are informal and based on relationships rather than contracts. In some arrangements, the party providing transportation assumes the risk of loss, meaning they are not paid if the shipment is seized. In other arrangements, the loss is shared between the shipper and the transporter based on pre-negotiated terms. In still others, the shipper assumes all risk, paying the transporter regardless of whether the shipment arrives. The allocation of risk affects pricing and determines who bears the economic impact of enforcement. Enforcement pressure shapes transportation patterns continuously. When authorities concentrate resources on a specific route or method, organizations shift to alternatives. When the Caribbean became heavily patrolled in the 1980s and 1990s, cocaine routes shifted towards Central America and Mexico. When semi-submersibles became a known smuggling method and authorities developed tactics for detecting them, some organizations shifted back toward container shipping or developed submersible capabilities. This constant adaptation means that enforcement rarely eliminates trafficking. It redirects it, often in ways that make tracking and interdiction more difficult. The geographic distribution of enforcement resources creates predictable patterns in trafficking routes. Organizations route shipments through countries with weak enforcement capacity, through territories where corruption is systemic, and through regions where geographic features make interdiction difficult. West African nations became transshipment points for Europe-bound cocaine partly because their maritime patrol capabilities were limited and partly because corruption was accessible at relatively low cost. Once established, these routes persisted even as authorities became aware of them because shutting down a route requires sustained enforcement effort that many transit countries are unwilling or unable to provide. Air drops into the ocean for later retrieval by waiting boats represent another adaptation to enforcement pressure. Aircraft flying from South America toward the United States or Europe drop waterproof packages of cocaine into prearranged coordinates where boats recover them. This method avoids the risk of aircraft interdiction near destination countries and avoids the exposure of aircraft landing in areas with strong radar coverage. The loss rate from packages sinking or drifting away from recovery coordinates is offset by the reduced interception risk. Cocaine loss to seizure represents a direct transfer of value from trafficking organizations to governments. Law enforcement agencies seize tons of cocaine annually, destroying most of it and occasionally using it as evidence in prosecutions. From the organization's perspective, each seizure is a business loss equivalent to the cost of producing and transporting the seized quantity. From the government's perspective, each seizure represents a success in interdiction, though the impact on the overall market is limited by the replacement of seized cocaine with new production. The persistence of trafficking despite high seizure rates reflects the economic reality that margins are wide enough to absorb substantial losses. If a trafficking organization's costs are 10% of the final retail value of cocaine, then seizure rates below 90% still allow for profitability. In practice, seizure rates are far below 90% even on the most heavily enforced routes, meaning that the fundamental economics favor continued trafficking despite enforcement losses. Movement, then, is where the cocaine economy converts geographic distance into value and where enforcement friction is experienced most directly. The methods and routes are diverse, adaptive, and continuously evolving in response to enforcement patterns. Intermediaries facilitate movement by providing specialized services that trafficking organizations use transactionally. Losses from seizure and theft are incorporated into pricing as a cost of operation. And enforcement pressure shapes the system without stopping it, redirecting flows through paths of least resistance in a continuous geographic and tactical negotiation between traffickers and authorities. Markets for cocaine are not uniform. They differ by region in ways that reflect local demand characteristics, enforcement environments, distribution structures, and competitive dynamics. Understanding these variations requires examining how prices are determined at different points in the supply chain, how regional markets develop distinct characteristics, and what mechanisms maintain stability despite the inherent volatility that prohibition creates. Price at the farm gate in coca-growing regions represents the starting point for value accumulation. A kilogram of dried coca leaf might sell for $2 to $5, depending on the region, the quality of the leaf, and current supply-demand dynamics. This price is low in absolute terms, but meaningful to farmers in remote areas where cash income is scarce. The price farmers receive is influenced primarily by the number of buyers operating in the area and by the cost of alternative crops. When multiple buyers compete for coca leaf, prices rise. When enforcement pressure reduces the number of buyers or makes purchasing riskier, prices may fall as farmers compete to sell their harvest. The conversion of coca leaf to cocaine base or paste creates the first major value jump. Paste trades for several $100s per kilogram in production regions, reflecting the chemical processing and the concentration of alkaloids. The processor captures this value increase minus the costs of chemicals, labor, and the operation of the lab. Paste prices are influenced by the availability of precursor chemicals, which are sometimes subject to enforcement efforts targeting their sale and distribution. When chemical supplies become scarce or expensive, paste prices can rise as processors pass costs along to buyers. Cocaine hydrochloride, the refined powder, trades for $1,000 to $3,000 per kilogram at the production level in countries like Colombia, Peru, or Bolivia. This price reflects the full processing chain and represents the base from which all subsequent value increases are measured. The price at this level is relatively stable over time compared to retail prices, partly because production costs are fairly consistent and partly because competition among producers limits the ability to raise prices arbitrarily. Transportation adds the next layer of cost and value. Cocaine that costs $1,500 per kilogram in Colombia might sell for $8,000 to $12,000 per kilogram in Mexico after being transported there. The price increase reflects transportation costs, payments to corrupt officials, compensation for lost risk, and profit margins for the trafficking organization managing the movement. The exact price depends on the route used, current enforcement pressure, and the relationship between the Colombian supplier and the Mexican buyer. At the United States wholesale level, cocaine prices rise to $20,000 to $30,000 per kilogram in some regions, though prices vary significantly by city, by the relationship between buyer and seller, and by purchase quantity. Larger purchases command lower per kilogram prices because they reduce the seller's transaction costs and inventory time. A buyer purchasing 10 kilograms might pay significantly less per kilogram than someone purchasing 1. This volume discount structure is similar to legitimate wholesale markets and reflects basic economic logic about transaction efficiency. Retail prices show the greatest variation and the highest markups. Cocaine sold in gram quantities at the street level in the United States might retail for $80 to $120 per gram in urban markets, which translates to $80,000 to $120,000 per kilogram if bought at that unit size. This represents a price increase of roughly 50 to 80 times the production level price in source countries. The markup reflects the costs and risks of retail distribution, the division of kilograms into smaller units, the cutting of cocaine with adulterants to stretch supply, and the profit margins captured at each level of the retail chain. The extent of cutting varies by market and seller. Cocaine at the kilogram wholesale level might be 80 to 90% pure. By the time it reaches street-level consumers, purity often falls to 40 to 60%, with inert cutting agents or active adulterants making up the remainder. This dilution increases the volume that can be sold from a given quantity of pure cocaine, but it also reflects competitive pressures and consumer expectations. Dealers who cut too heavily risk losing customers to competitors offering better quality. Dealers who maintain high purity might build customer loyalty, but sacrifice volume-based profit. Regional price variations are substantial. Cocaine tends to be cheaper in areas closer to production zones and more expensive in areas that are geographically or logistically distant. The price in Europe, for instance, often exceeds prices in the United States because the transportation distance and complexity are greater. A kilogram that sells wholesale for $25,000 in New York might sell for $40,000 to $50,000 in London or Paris. This differential reflects both transportation costs and the different market structures in Europe, where distribution networks are often more fragmented and where enforcement patterns differ. Within the United States, regional price variations reflect local supply and demand dynamics. Coastal cities with direct access to maritime smuggling routes often have lower prices than interior cities that rely on secondary distribution from coastal hubs. Miami historically had lower cocaine prices than cities in the Midwest or Mountain West because of its proximity to Caribbean and South American trafficking routes. As distribution networks matured and as trafficking routes diversified, these price differentials narrowed somewhat, but they never fully equalized. Market segmentation occurs not just geographically, but also by consumer demographics and consumption patterns. High-income consumers often purchase cocaine that is less adulterated and pay premium prices for perceived quality. They may buy through dealers who operate in professional or social settings rather than street corners, and who maintain reputations for reliability and product quality. These dealers charge more because they provide a less risky and more convenient transaction experience, and because their customer base is less price sensitive. Lower-income consumers typically purchase smaller quantities at higher per-unit prices from street-level dealers in areas where cocaine markets are visible and competitive. The cocaine available at this level is usually more heavily cut, but prices per unit are lower in absolute terms even if higher per gram of pure cocaine. This market segmentation is stable because the two consumer bases rarely interact in the same distribution networks, and because dealers specialize in serving one segment or the other. Crack cocaine represents a distinct market segment with different economics. Crack is cocaine that has been processed with baking soda or ammonia to create a smokable form. The processing is simple and can be done by dealers or consumers. Crack is typically sold in small units, rocks weighing a fraction of a gram, at prices that make cocaine accessible to lower-income users. A crack rock might sell for $10 to $20, representing a much lower entry point than the $80 to $120 for a gram of powder cocaine. The market for crack developed in the 1980s partly as a response to economic logic. Dealers realized that dividing cocaine into very small, affordable units expanded the potential customer base dramatically. The pharmacology of crack, rapid onset and short duration, also created consumption patterns that increased purchase frequency compared to powder cocaine. Users might purchase multiple times per day, which increased dealer revenue, even though per-unit prices were low. This market innovation transformed cocaine economics in certain urban areas, creating high-volume, high-turnover retail markets. Pricing logic at the retail level is influenced by competition among dealers, by enforcement pressure that affects operational costs, and by consumer income and willingness to pay. In areas where many dealers compete, prices tend toward the lower end of the range, and quality may be emphasized as a differentiator. In areas where one organization controls distribution, prices may be higher because consumers lack alternatives. Enforcement that arrests dealers or seizes inventory can temporarily reduce supply and increase prices, but replacement dealers typically enter quickly, preventing sustained price increases unless enforcement is overwhelming and continuous. Stability mechanisms in cocaine markets operate despite the absence of formal contracts, legal recourse, or regulatory oversight. Reputation serves as the primary mechanism for maintaining relationships and ensuring quality. A dealer who consistently provides good product at fair prices builds a customer base that returns reliably. A supplier who delivers shipments as agreed and at expected quality maintains relationships with distributors. These reputations are built over time through repeated interactions and are valuable enough that participants often avoid behaviors that would damage them. Violence functions as a stability mechanism in a different sense. The threat of violence enforces agreements where legal contracts cannot. A dealer who cheats a supplier by not paying for a shipment, or a supplier who delivers heavily adulterated product without warning, risks violent retaliation. This threat creates incentives for honest dealing within the parameters that the participants have established. While violence is often highlighted in discussions of drug markets, its economic function is primarily as a deterrent that makes most transactions proceed smoothly rather than as a frequent occurrence. Territorial control by organizations provides another form of market stability. When a single organization controls cocaine distribution in a defined area, it can set prices, manage supply, and resolve disputes without competition from outsiders. This control is maintained through violence or the threat of violence against competitors who attempt to enter the territory. From an economic perspective, territorial control functions similarly to a monopoly in legitimate markets, allowing the controlling organization to extract higher profits than would be possible in a competitive market. The stability that territorial control provides can break down when enforcement weakens an organization, when internal disputes fragment it, or when a rival organization challenges it. These transitions are often violent as organizations fight for control. Eventually, a new equilibrium typically emerges, either with a new organization establishing control or with the territory fracturing among multiple competing organizations. During the transition period, markets can be volatile, with prices fluctuating, supply becoming irregular, and violence increasing. Price stability over time in cocaine markets is greater than might be expected given the illicit nature of the trade. Retail prices in the United States have remained within a relatively narrow band for decades, adjusting for inflation. This stability reflects several factors. Production costs are fairly constant. Transportation methods and routes adapt to enforcement, but with costs that remain within predictable ranges. Demand is relatively stable and not highly price elastic. And distribution networks, once established, operate with reasonably consistent cost structures. Seasonal variations in price and availability are minimal compared to agricultural commodities with single annual harvests. Coca can be harvested multiple times per year, which smooths supply. Cocaine can be stored for extended periods without degradation, allowing dealers to maintain inventory that buffers against temporary supply disruptions. The result is that cocaine availability in consumer markets remains fairly constant throughout the year, without the price spikes and troughs that seasonal supply variations would create. Purity trends over time have shown more variation than price. In the United States, average cocaine purity at the retail level has fluctuated over decades, sometimes declining during periods of increased enforcement pressure or when organizations cut product more heavily to maintain profit margins during supply disruptions. At other times, purity has increased, possibly reflecting competitive pressures, where dealers use quality to differentiate themselves, or where supply abundance reduces the incentive to cut heavily. The relationship between price and purity is complex. Consumers generally prefer higher purity, but often lack good information about the actual purity of what they purchase. Dealers can exploit this information asymmetry by cutting cocaine heavily while maintaining prices, capturing additional profit. However, consumers who become dissatisfied with quality may switch dealers, which limits how far quality can decline before market feedback forces improvement. This dynamic creates a floor below which purity rarely falls in competitive markets. Brand differentiation is limited in cocaine markets compared to legal consumer goods, but it exists in informal ways. Some trafficking organizations develop reputations for consistent quality that persists through distribution networks. Cocaine from certain sources might be preferred because of known purity or because of consistent delivery schedules. At the retail level, dealers sometimes mark their product with stamps or in distinctive packaging to build recognition among regular customers, though this practice is constrained by the legal risks of creating identifiable markers. Market information flows through networks in ways that substitute for the price signals and advertising that characterize legal markets. A change in cocaine availability or quality in one area might take weeks to become known in other areas, during which time prices and expectations remain based on outdated information. This information lag creates opportunities for arbitrage, but also creates inefficiencies where supply and demand are not matched optimally. Dealers who have good information about supply conditions can position themselves advantageously, purchasing larger quantities when they know disruptions are coming or reducing inventory when they anticipate enforcement actions. The integration of cocaine markets across regions is partial rather than complete. While cocaine is traded internationally, and while prices in different markets are related, they are not tightly coupled the way prices for globally traded legal commodities tend to be. A supply disruption in one country might have only minor effects on prices in another country because distribution networks are often separate and because local market conditions dominate pricing. This loose integration reflects the fragmented nature of trafficking networks and the difficulty of moving cocaine freely across borders in response to price differentials. Consumer loyalty in cocaine markets exists, but is weaker than in many legal markets. Users often purchase from whoever is available and accessible, rather than seeking out specific dealers or brands. This is partly because cocaine sources change frequently due to dealer turnover from arrests or violence, and partly because consumers often lack good information about quality until after purchase. In markets where consumers have more choice and more information, loyalty develops based on reliability and quality, but in many markets, convenience and availability dominate the purchase decision. Substitution between cocaine and other drugs influences market dynamics. When cocaine prices rise or availability decreases, some consumers shift to substitutes like methamphetamine, prescription stimulants, or other drugs. This substitution is imperfect because different drugs provide different experiences, but it creates a ceiling on cocaine prices beyond which demand begins to erode. Trafficking organizations are aware of this dynamic and generally avoid pricing themselves out of the market unless supply constraints force it. The market for cocaine, despite operating outside legal frameworks, exhibits many characteristics familiar from legal markets. Prices are determined by supply and demand, modulated by transportation costs and market power. Quality varies based on competition and information availability. Regional variations reflect differences in local conditions, and stability mechanisms develop that allow repeated transactions and ongoing relationships despite the absence of legal enforcement. What distinguishes cocaine markets is the overlay of prohibition, which adds layers of cost, risk, and violence that shape behavior in ways that legal markets do not experience, but which do not fundamentally alter the underlying economic logic that governs exchange and price formation. Money in the cocaine economy flows in directions opposite to the product, creating challenges that are as fundamental to the system as the physical movement of cocaine itself. Cash accumulates at retail endpoints, must be aggregated and transported back through distribution networks, and ultimately must be converted into forms that can be used without attracting attention from financial authorities. Understanding how money is handled requires examining the mechanics of cash flow, the constraints that prohibition places on financial operations, and the points where illicit funds interface with legitimate economic institutions. Retail cocaine sales generate cash in small denominations. A street-level dealer selling cocaine in gram or fractional gram quantities receives primarily 20, 10, and $5 bills. Over the course of a day or week, this accumulates into bundles of currency that must be counted, stored, and eventually passed to higher levels of the distribution network. The physical bulk of small denomination currency is considerable. $10,000 in $20 bills weighs about a pound and occupies significant volume. A dealer moving modest quantities of cocaine weekly might accumulate several $1,000s in cash, creating immediate practical problems of storage and security. The cash must be kept secure from theft, which is a persistent concern in markets where legal recourse is unavailable. Dealers cannot deposit cash in banks without attracting attention, so they store it in their residences, in vehicles, or in other locations they control. This concentration of cash makes dealers targets for robbery, both from opportunistic criminals and from competitors who see theft as a low-risk way to acquire both product and money. Security measures range from simply hiding cash in inconspicuous locations to maintaining armed security, depending on the scale of operations and the threat environment. Movement of cash up the distribution chain mirrors the movement of cocaine down it. Street dealers pay their suppliers, typically in cash, when receiving new inventory. These suppliers aggregate cash from multiple dealers, accumulating larger sums that must in turn be moved further up the network. At each level, the denomination profile might shift slightly toward larger bills, 50s and 100s, as participants exchange smaller denominations for larger ones to reduce bulk. But even in larger denominations, significant amounts of cash remain physically cumbersome and difficult to conceal. A mid-level distributor handling dozens of kilograms of cocaine per month might accumulate hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. This volume of currency cannot be easily hidden in a residence or transported in ordinary ways without risk of detection. The distributor must develop systems for counting, storing, and moving the cash that balance security against the practical need to actually transfer it to suppliers or convert it into other forms. Currency counting machines become necessary tools, as manual counting of large volumes is time-consuming and error-prone. Transportation of bulk cash faces many of the same challenges as transportation of cocaine, though the legal consequences of being caught with cash are often less severe than being caught with drugs. Cash can be concealed in vehicles, shipped in packages, or carried by couriers. Unlike cocaine, cash is not illegal to possess, but large amounts of cash in unusual circumstances can be seized under asset forfeiture laws if authorities suspect it is connected to illegal activity. This creates a risk that cash being transported can be lost without any criminal charges being filed, as authorities seize it and the owner must navigate legal processes to attempt recovery. Currency exchange between small and large denominations occurs through various mechanisms. Some organizations operate informal cash businesses, restaurants, retail shops, or services that generate legitimate small bills, which can be exchanged for the large denominations that accumulate from cocaine sales. A restaurant receiving many small bills from customers can provide those to the organization in exchange for hundreds, creating a denomination swap that appears routine from the restaurant's perspective, but serves the organization's needs. This type of arrangement provides value to both parties and operates at a scale that is unlikely to attract attention. The interface between cash and the banking system is where the most complex challenges emerge. Banks are required to report cash deposits above certain thresholds and to report suspicious patterns of deposits even below those thresholds. A person depositing $10,000 in cash triggers a currency transaction report. Multiple deposits just below $10,000 in an apparent attempt to avoid reporting triggers suspicious activity reports. These reporting requirements create substantial friction for anyone attempting to introduce large amounts of cash into the banking system. Structuring deposits to avoid reporting thresholds is illegal, but it remains a common practice because the alternatives are limited. An organization might use multiple individuals to deposit amounts below reporting thresholds at different bank branches, spreading the activity across many accounts and institutions to reduce the likelihood of pattern detection. This approach requires recruiting money couriers, opening multiple bank accounts, and coordinating deposits to avoid suspicious timing or geographic clustering. The couriers are typically paid modest amounts for their services and often have no knowledge of the ultimate source of the cash. Cash-intensive businesses serve as a primary mechanism for laundering money because they provide a plausible explanation for large cash deposits. A busy restaurant or nightclub generates substantial cash revenue that must be deposited regularly, creating a cover for introducing illicit cash into the banking system. The business reports revenue that includes both legitimate customer payments and cocaine proceeds, pays taxes on the combined total, and deposits the cash as part of normal operations. The cost of this laundering is the tax paid on the illicit portion of revenue, which typically ranges from 20 to 40% depending on jurisdiction and business structure. The ownership or control of cash businesses for laundering purposes requires either purchasing existing businesses or establishing new ones. Both approaches have costs and complications. Purchasing a business requires capital, creates a paper trail of ownership, and involves assuming responsibility for the actual operation of the business. Establishing a new business requires even more capital and effort, and a new business with immediately high cash revenues might attract more scrutiny than an established one. The businesses must actually operate to provide credible cover, which means hiring employees, maintaining inventory, and managing operations. Overhead that reduces the effectiveness of the laundering, but is necessary for the mechanism to function. Trade-based money laundering involves manipulating international trade transactions to move value across borders while appearing to engage in legitimate commerce. An organization might export goods at inflated prices to a company it controls in another country, with the price differential representing the movement of illicit value. Alternatively, imports might be purchased at deflated prices, with the difference between the stated price and the actual value representing funds transferred. These schemes require operating or controlling businesses engaged in international trade, generating documentation that appears legitimate to customs and tax authorities, and coordinating between entities in multiple jurisdictions. The complexity of trade-based laundering makes it accessible primarily to larger organizations with the resources to establish and maintain trading companies. A front company that imports coffee, for instance, might pay an affiliated company in Colombia for coffee at prices 3 times the market rate. The Colombian company receives the payment, which includes both the actual cost of coffee and a premium that represents laundered cocaine proceeds. From the perspective of authorities reviewing the transaction, it appears as ordinary trade, albeit at questionable prices. Detecting this scheme requires detailed knowledge of commodity prices, willingness to audit trade transactions closely, and often cooperation between authorities in different countries. Real estate transactions provide another avenue for laundering, particularly for converting large sums into assets that can be held long-term or eventually sold. Properties can be purchased with cash or with money that has been minimally laundered through initial banking deposits. The property titles are then registered in names of individuals, shell companies, or trusts that obscure the ultimate beneficial owner. Real estate prices in many markets are high enough that a single transaction can absorb millions of dollars, making this an efficient way to place large amounts of capital. The use of shell companies and offshore jurisdictions facilitates money laundering by creating layers of legal separation between illicit funds and their ultimate beneficial owners. A shell company registered in a jurisdiction with strong corporate secrecy laws can own bank accounts, properties, and businesses without disclosing who actually controls it. Money flows into accounts owned by the shell company, where it appears to be legitimate corporate funds. The actual owner can access the funds through various mechanisms: loans from the company to themselves, payments for consulting services, or eventual dissolution and distribution of assets. Professional facilitators play critical roles in complex money laundering schemes. Lawyers structure corporate entities and real estate transactions in ways that provide legal cover while serving laundering objectives. Accountants create documentation that justifies financial flows and prepares tax filings that appear legitimate. Real estate agents facilitate property purchases that involve unusual payment structures or foreign buyers using shell companies. These professionals are sometimes knowing participants in laundering schemes, compensated for their complicity, while in other cases they may be genuinely unaware that the transactions they are facilitating involve illicit funds. Cryptocurrency has introduced new mechanisms for moving value, though its role in cocaine-related money laundering remains more limited than sometimes suggested. Cryptocurrency allows for pseudonymous transactions and international value transfer without traditional banking intermediaries, which appears attractive for laundering purposes. However, converting large amounts of cash into cryptocurrency is not straightforward, as most cryptocurrency exchanges require identity verification and impose limits on cash transactions. The cryptocurrency market's volatility also creates risk that the value of holdings might decrease substantially while being held in digital form. Some organizations use cryptocurrency as one step in a multi-stage laundering process. Cash might be converted to cryptocurrency through peer-to-peer transactions or through exchanges with lax controls, transferred across borders digitally, converted back to a different fiat currency, and eventually moved into legitimate banking systems. Each conversion step imposes fees and risk, but the resulting geographic and institutional separation can make the origin of funds more difficult to trace. The technical knowledge required to manage cryptocurrency securely limits its use primarily to organizations with access to that expertise or to younger participants more familiar with digital technologies. Bulk cash smuggling across international borders remains a straightforward, if risky, approach to moving money. Large amounts of currency can be hidden in vehicles, cargo shipments, or luggage and physically transported to jurisdictions where the cash can be deposited or exchanged with fewer questions. Some trafficking organizations reverse their cocaine smuggling routes to move cash, using the same concealment methods and corrupt officials. A commercial truck that brought legitimate cargo north to the United States might return south with hidden compartments filled with cash rather than cocaine. The risk of detection exists, but the penalties for bulk cash smuggling are often less severe than for drug trafficking. The costs of money laundering vary widely depending on method and jurisdiction. Depositing cash through structuring might impose minimal direct costs, but carries legal risk. Laundering through cash businesses costs the tax rate on reported revenue, typically 20 to 40%. Trade-based laundering involves transaction costs, fees to facilitators, and the economic loss from buying or selling goods at off-market prices, potentially totaling 20 to 30%. Real estate laundering involves transaction costs, professional fees, and sometimes accepting below-market prices when eventually selling, with total costs ranging from 10 to 20% depending on the market and how quickly the property must be converted back to liquid funds. These costs are sometimes described as discounts, the amount by which the person with dirty cash values it less than clean money. An individual with $1 million in cocaine proceeds might be willing to accept $700,000 in laundered form, accepting a 30% discount to convert illegal cash into funds that can be used without legal risk. These discounts create opportunities for specialists in money laundering who accumulate capital by accepting dirty cash at a discount and returning a smaller amount of clean funds, capturing the difference as their fee. Financial intelligence units in many countries monitor banking transactions for patterns indicative of money laundering, generating suspicious activity reports that are investigated by law enforcement. These systems create risk for anyone attempting to launder money through traditional banking channels. The risk is not constant across jurisdictions. Some countries have more sophisticated monitoring and more aggressive enforcement, while others have limited capacity or enforcement will. Laundering operations route through jurisdictions with weaker controls, just as cocaine trafficking routes through countries with weaker interdiction. The volume of money that needs to be laundered by the cocaine trade is substantial, running into billions of dollars annually at global scale. This volume creates bottlenecks because the capacity to launder money at any given cost and risk level is limited. The legitimate economy can absorb only so much money through cash businesses, trade manipulation, and real estate before the activity becomes conspicuous. This capacity constraint means that large organizations sometimes accumulate cash faster than they can launder it, leading to stockpiles that represent frozen capital and security risks. The frozen capital problem is addressed variously. Some organizations accept that a portion of their proceeds will remain in cash form and focus on securing storage rather than attempting to launder everything. Others diversify laundering methods across many channels, accepting higher costs or risks to maintain cash flow through the system. Still others invest directly in businesses or assets without attempting to fully launder the funds first, accepting that these investments might eventually be seized if authorities trace the ownership. The interaction between money laundering and legitimate financial institutions is complex because banks and other institutions are caught between regulatory requirements to prevent money laundering and the economic incentive to attract deposits and customers. Some institutions in some jurisdictions are rigorous in their compliance, implementing sophisticated monitoring and rejecting suspicious transactions even at the cost of losing business. Others are more permissive, whether through inadequate controls, deliberate avoidance of scrutiny, or outright corruption of employees or management. The correspondent banking system, which allows banks in one country to process transactions in currencies of other countries through relationships with foreign banks, has been exploited for money laundering. A small bank in a jurisdiction with weak controls might maintain correspondent relationships with major banks in financial centers, allowing its clients to move money through the international banking system. If the small bank does not adequately screen its clients or transactions, illicit funds can be laundered through accounts at the small bank while appearing to flow through the correspondent bank's infrastructure. When these schemes are discovered, the correspondent relationships are typically severed, cutting off the laundering channel, but new relationships in other jurisdictions often emerge. Money handling, then, is a distinct phase of the cocaine economy with its own challenges, costs, and specialist roles. Cash accumulates at the consumption end of the supply chain, must be aggregated and managed through distribution networks, and ultimately must be converted into forms that can interface with the legitimate economy. The costs of laundering are substantial but manageable relative to the profits from cocaine sales. The methods are diverse and adaptive, shifting across jurisdictions and techniques in response to enforcement and regulatory changes. And the infrastructure required, from cash counters to shell companies to professional facilitators, represents a parallel economy of services that exists primarily to manage the financial byproducts of drug prohibition. Persistence is the defining characteristic of the cocaine economy. Despite decades of enforcement efforts, billions of dollars spent on interdiction, mass incarceration of participants, and sustained international cooperation aimed at disruption, the system continues to produce, transport, and distribute cocaine at scale. Understanding this persistence requires examining the structural factors that allow the system to absorb shocks, the mechanisms of adaptation that respond to pressure, and the economic fundamentals that remain intact regardless of enforcement intensity. The geographic concentration of Coca cultivation creates a foundation that enforcement has not displaced. Coca grows in specific regions of the Andes, because of biological requirements that cannot be replicated elsewhere at comparable scale. Efforts to eradicate coca through aerial fumigation, manual destruction, or crop substitution have reduced cultivation in some areas while it expands in others. The total hectares under cultivation fluctuate, but remain sufficient to supply global demand. Farmers displaced from one area often relocate to another where enforcement is less intense. New farmers enter cultivation when existing ones exit. The economic incentives that make coca cultivation attractive persist because alternative crops rarely offer comparable income in the same environments. Production capacity for cocaine has proven highly elastic. When enforcement successfully targets processing labs, new labs are established. The capital requirements are modest enough that even significant losses can be recovered through a few successful production cycles. The knowledge needed to process coca is not complex and spreads readily through communities where processing is common. Chemical precursors remain available, either through legal purchase in jurisdictions with lax controls or through smuggling from countries where they can be obtained. The bottleneck has never been the ability to produce cocaine, but rather the ability to transport and distribute it profitably. And even that bottleneck has never constrained supply to a degree that fundamentally limits the market. Transportation routes adapt to enforcement pressure with remarkable fluidity. When the Caribbean became heavily patrolled, routes shifted through Mexico and Central America. When Mexican land borders faced increased scrutiny, maritime routes through the Pacific expanded. When those routes became targeted, semi-submersibles emerged as a smuggling method. When authorities developed detection capabilities for semi-submersibles, some organizations invested in fully submersible vessels, while others shifted back to container shipping or airdrops. Each adaptation imposes costs and inefficiencies, but the margins in the cocaine trade are wide enough to absorb these costs without making trafficking uneconomical. This adaptive capacity reflects the decentralized nature of trafficking networks. No single organization controls the entire supply chain from production to retail. Instead, the system operates through networks of relationships where multiple organizations and independent operators manage different segments. When enforcement removes one participant or disrupts one route, others expand to fill the gap. The removal of a major trafficking organization might create temporary disruption, but the demand persists, the production capacity remains, and new organizations emerge to capture the opportunity that the disruption creates. Organizational resilience is built into the structure of trafficking networks. Compartmentalization means that the arrest or death of leaders rarely provides authorities with information that compromises the entire network. Lower-level participants know only their immediate contacts and cannot reveal what they do not know. When leaders are removed, lieutenants step into leadership roles, drawing on the same networks and methods. The informal nature of these organizations means that succession does not require board meetings or legal transfers of authority. It happens through relationships and demonstrated capability. The violence that often accompanies leadership transitions or territorial disputes, while destabilizing in the short term, ultimately reinforces the system's persistence. Violence establishes new hierarchies, determines territorial control, and enforces agreements where legal mechanisms cannot. Once a violent transition resolves, the resulting structure often functions similarly to what preceded it, with cocaine continuing to flow through the same general channels under different management. The people change, but the economic logic that drives the system does not. Corruption provides another layer of persistence because it creates stakeholders in the continuation of the cocaine trade beyond the trafficking organizations themselves. Officials who receive payments for allowing shipments to pass have a financial interest in the system's survival. These corrupt relationships often outlast the tenure of individual officials or traffickers, with new participants on both sides stepping into roles that previous participants established. The relationships institutionalized to some degree, becoming features of how certain ports, border crossings, or jurisdictions function rather than isolated transactions. Enforcement efforts face fundamental constraints that limit their effectiveness. The volume of legitimate trade and travel is so large that comprehensive inspection is impossible. Millions of shipping containers move globally each year, and inspecting even a small percentage thoroughly would paralyze commerce. Millions of people cross international borders daily, and screening each individual with the intensity needed to reliably detect concealed drugs would create unacceptable delays. Enforcement must therefore be selective, targeting based on intelligence, random sampling, or risk profiling. This selectivity creates opportunities for trafficking organizations to identify patterns in enforcement and route around them. Intelligence-based enforcement is effective when intelligence is accurate and timely, but it requires informants, surveillance, and often cooperation across jurisdictions. Building intelligence capabilities takes time and resources, and traffickers work actively to counteract them through operational security, counterintelligence, and eliminating suspected informants. The result is that enforcement achieves periodic successes, major seizures, arrests of significant figures. But these successes do not accumulate into systemic disruption because the underlying structure regenerates. The legal frameworks under which enforcement operates create additional constraints. Evidence standards in criminal prosecutions require that authorities not only detect cocaine, but also prove who is responsible in ways that satisfy judicial requirements. Sophisticated trafficking organizations structure their operations to minimize direct evidence of leadership involvement. Communications are encrypted or coded. Financial transactions are obscured through layers of intermediaries. Physical handling of cocaine is delegated to lower-level participants who cannot directly implicate higher-level organizers. These defensive measures mean that even when authorities know who is responsible, proving it to the evidentiary standard required for conviction is often difficult. Extradition treaties and international cooperation allow enforcement across borders, but they remain limited by sovereignty and political considerations. A trafficker in one country might be untouchable by authorities in another country without the cooperation of the host government. That cooperation is sometimes forthcoming and sometimes not, depending on corruption, political relationships, and domestic priorities. Even when cooperation exists, the processes are slow and subject to legal challenges that can delay or prevent extradition for years. The demand side of the equation contributes substantially to persistence. Cocaine consumption in major markets has proven remarkably stable over decades. Public health campaigns, criminal penalties for possession, and changing cultural attitudes have influenced consumption patterns in some demographics, while others maintain steady demand. The total market size fluctuates within a range but does not collapse. This demand stability means that supply disruptions, even significant ones, create price signals that incentivize new supply. Higher prices make trafficking more profitable, drawing new participants into the trade or incentivizing existing participants to increase their activity. Treatment and harm reduction programs address demand by reducing consumption among dependent users or preventing initiation among potential users. These programs have shown effectiveness at individual and community levels, but their scale is generally insufficient to significantly reduce overall market demand. Expanding treatment capacity would require sustained investment and policy commitment that has been inconsistent across jurisdictions and over time. Without substantial demand reduction, the economic incentives for production and trafficking remain intact. The policy environment surrounding cocaine is characterized by prohibition enforced through criminal law. This framework has remained essentially unchanged for decades, creating stable conditions within which the cocaine economy operates. Periodic policy discussions about decriminalization or legalization occur in various jurisdictions, but fundamental changes have been limited. The international treaty framework locks in prohibition at a global level, making unilateral policy shifts by individual countries difficult without diplomatic complications. This policy stability means that the basic parameters that define the cocaine market, illegality creating price premiums, enforcement creating costs and risks, persist across time. Economic alternatives to coca cultivation have been attempted in source countries with mixed results. Crop substitution programs offer farmers payments to replace coca with legal crops, but these programs confront the economic reality that legal crops rarely match coca's income potential, particularly in areas with poor infrastructure. Development programs aimed at improving rural infrastructure and creating economic opportunities require sustained investment over long periods and face challenges of corruption, political instability, and geographic difficulty. The programs that have been implemented have sometimes reduced coca cultivation in specific areas, but the reductions are often temporary or lead to cultivation moving to other areas rather than disappearing. Social and political instability in source countries sometimes correlates with increased cocaine production. Armed conflict, weak governance, and limited state presence create environments where coca cultivation and processing face minimal interference. Colombia's long internal conflict historically aligned with regions of coca cultivation partly because both the conflict and coca concentrated in areas of limited state control. Even as conflict dynamics shift and peace processes progress, the economic structures that support coca cultivation often persist because they are embedded in local economies and social relationships. The global nature of the cocaine market distributes risks and rewards across many jurisdictions in ways that prevent any single enforcement effort from being decisive. Production occurs primarily in 3 countries, but processing, transportation, distribution, and consumption involve dozens of countries across multiple continents. An enforcement success in one country might disrupt specific networks, but does not affect networks operating through other routes or jurisdictions. The fragmentation of enforcement authority across sovereign nations creates coordination challenges that trafficking organizations exploit by moving operations to areas where enforcement is weaker or cooperation is lacking. Adaptation occurs continuously at all levels of the cocaine economy. Farmers experiment with new coca varieties that are more resistant to herbicides or that grow in different elevation ranges. Processors develop methods for obtaining precursor chemicals or substituting available chemicals when preferred ones become scarce. Smugglers innovate transportation methods in response to interdiction tactics. Distributors adjust their operational security in response to law enforcement techniques. Money launderers shift to new jurisdictions or methods when previous channels are disrupted. This continuous adaptation means that the system never remains static long enough for enforcement to optimize fully against any particular configuration. The capacity for adaptation is partly a function of the profit margins available in the cocaine trade. When margins are large enough to absorb the costs of innovation and the losses from failed experiments, organizations can afford to test new methods. A trafficking organization that nets millions of dollars from successful shipments can invest hundreds of thousands in developing new smuggling techniques, accepting that some investments will fail. This capacity to innovate through trial and error, funded by profits from ongoing operations, gives trafficking networks advantages that enforcement agencies constrained by budgets and accountability may not have. Technology plays evolving roles in both enforcement and trafficking. Authorities deploy sophisticated surveillance, data analysis, and detection technologies. Traffickers adopt encrypted communications, use GPS for coordination, and employ counter-surveillance measures. The technological competition does not decisively favor either side, but instead creates an ongoing dynamic where advances by one side prompt responses by the other. Neither side gains a permanent technological advantage, and the system continues operating through the technological shifts. Financial systems have become more sophisticated in detecting money laundering, with international cooperation improving information sharing and transaction monitoring. These improvements increase the costs and risks of laundering money, but they have not prevented it. Organizations adapt by spreading laundering across more jurisdictions, using more complex corporate structures, and accepting higher discounts to convert dirty money to clean. The financial system imposes friction on money laundering, but not to a degree that makes cocaine trafficking unprofitable. The replacement of participants at all levels ensures continuity despite high attrition from arrest, death, or voluntary exit. Farmers continue growing coca because it remains their best economic option. New transporters enter the trade attracted by the income relative to alternatives. Dealers in consumer markets turn over constantly due to arrest or violence, but new dealers emerge from the same populations with the same limited opportunities. Organizational leadership positions are filled from within networks or through violent competition. The system replenishes itself continuously because the conditions that recruit participants into the trade persist. Some enforcement strategies have achieved localized or temporary successes in reducing cocaine availability or increasing prices in specific markets. Intensive enforcement focused on particular distribution networks can disrupt those networks sufficiently that cocaine becomes scarce and expensive for a period. But these successes are typically not sustained because the market signals created by scarcity and high prices attract new suppliers. The enforcement effort required to maintain high pressure indefinitely often exceeds what is politically or fiscally sustainable, and when enforcement intensity decreases, distribution networks rebuild. The persistence of the cocaine economy over decades suggests that the system is not vulnerable to disruption through enforcement alone as currently practiced. The combination of concentrated production in geographically specific areas, diverse and adaptive transportation networks, stable demand, wide profit margins, and continuous replacement of participants creates a resilient structure. Enforcement imposes costs and removes specific participants, but it has not altered the fundamental economics that make cocaine production and trafficking attractive relative to alternatives. The system survives partly because prohibition itself creates the conditions for its survival. The illegality of cocaine creates the price premium that makes trafficking profitable. The risks imposed by enforcement are priced into the cocaine market through higher margins, which means that more intensive enforcement often increases, rather than decreases, the profitability of successful trafficking. An organization that successfully delivers cocaine in a high enforcement environment can charge more than one operating in a low enforcement environment, and the profit increase can exceed the increased costs of operating under pressure. Adaptation occurs because the system has no single point of failure and no central coordination that can be disrupted. It is a network of economic relationships responding to incentives, with participants making independent decisions based on their local conditions and opportunities. When enforcement removes one participant or closes one route, the gap represents an economic opportunity that others move to fill. The decentralized nature means that learning occurs across the network. Successful innovations in one area spread to others, while failures are contained to those who attempted them. The cocaine economy persists in the gaps between what enforcement attempts and what it can achieve given constraints of resources, jurisdiction, legal frameworks, and the physical realities of global commerce. It adapts within the space that those constraints create, shifting form but maintaining function. The decades of its operation have refined the system, selecting for practices and structures that survive enforcement pressure while discarding or modifying those that do not. The incentives remain. The geography that allows Coca cultivation continues. The demand that creates market value persists. The price differential between production and consumption remains wide. And the participants who operate within this space continue finding ways to connect supply with demand despite the obstacles in between.